Oh.
Hey.
Hey.
That wasn't too loud, was it?
What?
When the mic wasn't on?
Huh?
When the mic wasn't on?
Oh, I don't know. I was like, oh, shoot.
Come here.
What?
Face.
I have chocolate on face.
Mm-hmm. In white. Okay. Does that look better?
Does it look better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
take that.
thank you.
Want that?
Yeah.
Wednesday, January 3rd. The X-File. Fox tonight.
What's her heart rate?
Heart rate elevated to 186. Fox tomorrow. The X-Files is... Fox tonight. The X-Files is...
The following video contains major spoilers for the new season of the X.
Is back. It's back. And it... The X...
Hello?
Back. The truth is out there.
Mulder, where have you been?
Without Squatch. What is this? How did we get...
We are federal agents. We are armed.
It's BPM.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Can you hear me, ma'am?
Returns to its
I need her blood pressure. No dilation, unresponsive.
root.
The truth lies in the X-Files.
Back. And it returns to its roots.
X-Files. You have been warned.
But we theorized what to do if it was not.
Sometimes I think the world is going to hell.
Fox tonight is pure X.
Judy, you have visitors.
Oh,
What's gonna happen?
Fox Wednesday. Brace yourself. I know you think I'm crazy, but it's not me.
I come before you at... Let me get this straight. When it cools, it forms into
I know you think I'm crazy, but it's not me.
in here either.
There we go. Excuse me. No, new tab. What is this? Oh, that's that. That's that. Oh, here we go. Okay. Hello, Phantom Rockers. I'll be your host for the evening, your Ghost Host 22 over here on YouTube. And Luna. Hi, girl. Hi, baby. Aww. She says hi, too. So, yeah, we might have done this first part on over here on YouTube. Maybe. I'm not too sure. It might have been on that Skynet platform. I was going to go live earlier, but for some reason the controller wouldn't respond. I don't know why. So we are going to be continuing Infliction with part 2, and then after that I don't know, maybe some more Alan Wake, maybe, I don't know. I do know that tomorrow is going to be Black Friday and people might be awake, depending based on what Friday usually is around this time. Anyway, I'll be back. Let's see here. Continue. Wait a second here. What was that? Was that the same room I was in here? Let me see. I don't know what that is. It looks like a wheelchair. Or some a hospital maybe? Meat. Blood. The moon. A wheelchair. Blood. Meat. A wall. I thought I saw a room that looked like this room. Let's see if that's the case. There's the moon. Well, the moon's behind us. It's clouds. Yeah, it does look like this room, doesn't it? Actually, what's... Yeah, I thought that it did. Anyway, let's continue. But yeah, I might do some Alan Wake after this part. Bring Alan Wake over to YouTube from Twitch. Because I am not doing, well, we are not doing Twitch anymore because Twitch has become Cybernet. It's a place where bots are in control over there. About 85 or 90% of people who monitor stuff over there are nothing but bots. Hell, at this point they might as well be T9000s. But yeah, I'm bringing everything over to YouTube from Twitch. Because Twitch at this point in time is a code, stainless steel, death website. Okay. And we are not doing that anymore. Oh, press any button. Yeah, we have quit Twitch. There's a candle. There's a sewing machine. Looks like a sewing machine that... Mom or grandma had. Or great grandma had. Yeah. You saw one in the basement in Ohio? Oh wow. I don't know whose it was. Though. No. Oh! Oh, my God. Well, I wasn't planning on that to happen very early. Setway cement. Oh, I did notice that the light over here was flashing, so... Yeah, maybe that was her that was doing that. Yeah. I hear a baby. Our car isn't no longer here. And we can't open up that door. The car is no longer here. Why is the car no longer here? Does that mean that we are just a spirit trapped in here? Maggie's toys, Maggie toys. Either that or maybe we didn't have a car at that point. Garage. Gary's stuff. Something is going to happen. I can feel it. Sarah's collectibles glass. Something doesn't feel right. Hello?
I can't hear you. Find me on the baby monitor.
The hell happened here? Yeah, that was on the radio. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Maggie's toys, Maggie's toys. Garage, garage. Gary's stuff, bathroom. Sarah's collectibles, glass. The hell was that? Ain't nobody here. Holy wow. Ooh, that's not a face that I want to meet up with. Bloodlust. Odyssey. Nothing. 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 Visitors. Welcome to hell. Pirates of the high seas. Bubble in trouble. Salute. And behind enemy lines. Huh. There's a classic Nintendo Entertainment System. Entertainment System. I'm guessing that they couldn't put Nintendo right there. Carnival. Maybe because they didn't have the licensing.
What's our game?
Exile. See this? Look.
See game?
See?
What's that one?
It just says Entertainment System. I know what this is, but they didn't have the rights to add Nintendo.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Hell House. They go in, they don't come out.
Huh. Wow.
What?
That's Hill House, right?
It says Hell House. That picture looks like something from The Exorcism of Emily Rose, though. Biohazard. Moon. Riley Power and the Ruins of Evolution. Revolution.
It did look like that, though.
Yeah. If you frequent the arcades these days, you may notice a decline in patrons. Many blame great economic issues, but the reason is simple. The home console is actually good. With the Magibox entertainment system now taking the world by storm, you don't even need to leave your home to play the world's best video games. I know what you're thinking. The arcade versions are better. You'd be correct, but it's lacking the convenience of the home system. The arcade versions of games are also designed to swallow quarters, making them both harder to play and costly. So are the arcades really dead? Well, not quite. We're starting to see arcade machines that offer experiences you can only get in an arcade. I visited an arcade just the other day and was surprised by how complex some of these machines have become. Take Deadeye, for example. This game has a black curtain around it with light guns and has you moving through a darkened mansion, shooting the undead. Being isolated inside the booth made it a truly exhilarating experience. Another amazing machine is Top Light. This one has a cockpit you sit in that moves around as you fly the plane in fast-paced dogfights. These are only two examples of many. Whilst there aren't as many customers in the arcade, there are still enough to make it a viable business, at least for now. This all said, the writing is on the wall for the arcades though. As I mentioned, they're offering some amazing experiences. The only problem is I personally feel they reached their peak. Home consoles are only just getting started, and will only get better from here, leaving little room for arcade experiences. It makes me feel both sad and old, like the era I'm a part of is becoming obsolete. I imagine this is how my father felt when the things that brought him joy as a child were surpassed by things like the arcade. Anyway, that's enough looking backwards. Let's look forward into the brave new world of the home console. I just purchased the new Magibox for my son. We play it together and it's so much fun. I find myself sneaking in onto it when he's asleep. We have a game called Clay Pigeon. Clay Pigeon. That's Duck Hunt. Because there is actually... What's that? There is actually a segment, a section in Duck Hunt where you shoot at clay pigeons. It has light guns and consists of shooting at clay pigeons as well as other hunting activities. Granted, the graphics aren't as good as Deadeye in the arcade, but I find that it doesn't matter when you're having so much fun. The other game I purchased and my secret addiction is Mega Magi. This is a side-scrolling platforming type of game, and I find it to be an extreme challenge. Again, the graphics aren't like the arcade, but I still find them to be very satisfying. Mega Magi is about a young boy with newly discovered magic powers. That's the Legend of Zelda. He needs to defeat the evil wizard in order to save the world. He can shoot fire, ice, and some other kind of magic. Each attack has a different effect and... Well, no, this is... Looks like Mario Brothers. Enemies are more susceptible to some powers than others, adding an excitement of strategy. It's not all magic and clay pigeons, though. With the rise in popularity, there have been a slew of new games coming out of each month. An effort by corporations to cash in on the hot new toy in town. This has resulted in literally hundreds of bad games. You really do have to wade through a river of shit to find the diamond in the rough. My concern is that many consumers will buy bad games not knowing any better, have a bad experience, and put the console back in the cupboard. I truly do have faith that once all the crap is weeded out, we'll be left with a cellular home console market, but until then, buyer beware. So how do I find the best games? I'd recommend picking up a new publication called Magi Power. That's Nintendo Power. No. It's a monthly magazine consisting detailed reviews on all the new games of that month. They're performing a public service really, playing all the games good and bad, then letting you know which are worth your hard-earned money and time. Now that we've had a very quick overview of the market and how to navigate it, let's start looking at some of the more technical accomplishments of both the hardware and software of the home console market. What else do we have down here? So here you are, reading a book about a book. The good news is that this book is about one of the world's most mysterious and interesting books that has ever existed. What is the Vonyik manuscript? It's an illustrated codex, handwritten in an unknown writing system. The parchment on which it is written has been carbon dated to the early 15th century, as 1404 to 1438, and it may have been composed in northern Italy during the Italian Renaissance. The manuscript is named after Wilfrid Vonyich, a Polish book dealer who purchased it. What the hell is going on here? Why did that just turn on the TV? That was at the bottom of the screen. It wasn't on the game, it was at the bottom of the TV. That was weird. Yeah, I know you all didn't see that, but something about a movie that Ethan Hawke is in popped up at the bottom of the TV screen. That horror movie that Ethan Hawke is in. The manuscript is named after Wilfrid Vonyich, a Polish book dealer who purchased it in 1912. Some of the pages are missing, with around 240 remaining. The text is written from left to right, and most of the pages have illustrations or diagrams. Some pages are foldable sheets. No one has yet succeeded in deciphering the text, and it has become a famous case in the history of cryptography. The mystery of the meaning and origin of the manuscript has excited the popular imagination, making the manuscript the subject of novels just like this one. Well, what is this? The Great Beyond. As he wandered aimlessly through his house, Nothing looked familiar. It was almost as if he was outside his own body, and he was seeing things clearly for the first time, discovering more about the real person that he is or was. The halls were filled with the ghosts of his past. Some memories were happy and a reminder of how precious life really is, others less so. He looked at every single little item he could find as he went. When he came to a realization, he was here for a reason. He was supposed to see or experience something. An epiphany, a retrieved memory of what had come before. Typically, lessons are learned when you've done something wrong. So what had he done to deserve a lesson? It's amazing how so many items don't spark any memories, yet picking up a single innocuous object can spark a flood. Looking at a simple gift from his wife reminded him that he was not only married, but he was married to someone that truly deserved a person much better than he. Is this a dream? Am I going to wake up as another person? This can't be real. I feel like I'm prying through someone else's stuff, but the memory is so strong and vivid. Is this a trick of the mind? A part of the dream designed to make me forget I'm dreaming? Yes, that must be it. This is all a dream. As he continued to rummage through his things that seemed to belong to another, he came across a photograph of his wife. He didn't recognize her at all, but was struck by her beauty. He could tell she was full of life, caring, giving, and intelligent. As he looked closer at the image, trying his hardest to memorize her face, he noticed something strange. The more he tried to look at the details of her features, the blurrier the image became. It was almost like it was being blocked, somehow. Pulling back from the photo, he noticed that her face had been scratched out of the image. Was that there before? Am I going insane? Something had happened to his wife, but what? Whatever it was, his mind didn't seem ready to remember. This sparked a deep fear in him. He knew at this point that something terrible had happened, but he couldn't reach it. He was awash with a deep anxiety, the kind where butterflies are in your stomach, and an invisible hand squeezes your throat. He continued to explore the house, half expecting to come across something awful. Where was his wife? Why couldn't he remember her face? He found himself in the living room, and something looked off. One of the front windows was open, but there was something very strange about it. Walking over to the window, he stuck his hand through to the outside. Then it dawned on him. There was no breeze, no smell, no atmosphere whatsoever. It was the middle of the night, and he couldn't hear the chirp of a single cricket. Looking at the sky, he noticed the clouds were rolling much faster than they should, and it looked like they were moving in reverse. The neighborhood was totally dark except for one house in the distance, with a light in the window. Compelled to understand what was going on, he walked outside and headed for the house with the light on. He waited for what seemed to be hours. Looking up at his destination, he realized he hasn't gotten any closer. Turning back, he noticed he was still on the front lawn of his house. He turned to look at his destination, and suddenly he was teleported to the front door of the mysterious house. Teleporting might be the wrong description. It was more like the house came to him, and was built, board by board, right in front of him within a second. He turned to look back at where he came from, and saw nothing but darkness, broken only by a slow rolling fog. In the absence of other choices, he knocked on the door. Upon the third knock, the light in the house went out. He waited a moment before deciding to try the doorknob. It was open. He crossed the threshold and looked behind him to close the door, but was shocked to find the door gone, replaced by a solid brick wall. This must be a dream, he thought. I don't even feel like me. Am I going to wake up from this nightmare and see someone else staring back in the mirror? That's when it happened. The answers he was looking for were right in front of him. Wow. What is this? The coffin isn't really a requirement. It's more of a symbolic gesture. It keeps out the sun, but also pays tribute to the fact that they are the living dead and should actually be spending eternity in a coffin. They'll often keep their coffin in their basement or somewhere underground in order to keep out the UV light. Vampires are not solitary and usually have covens where up to 20 vampires may inhabit one of several nests. Unless you're a trained vampire hunter, you should avoid entering the nest at all costs. Although they'll be sleeping by day, your heartbeat is as loud as a dinner bell to a vampire and will wake them. If you find yourself in this kind of situation, it's best to run to the nearest room with a window and let the sunlight in. If the vampires enter the light, they will combust and die. The virus in their blood boils and explodes upon contact with sunlight. Although vampires have been looking for a cure for many hundreds of years, none has been discovered. If you find that you've been bitten and infected, you'll start to turn. This will take around 24 hours. You will still have human emotions during this time. You'll have one of two options: accept your fate and become an agent of evil, or let your human side take over and commit suicide in the nearest sun-filled room. Once the 24 hours are up, your human emotions will be gone. You'll retain all your memories and parts of your personality, but you'll lose your humanity. We'll cover more about dealing with life or the afterlife once bitten in a later chapter. Chapter 2. The Vampire Slayer. It is said there is always at least one vampire slayer at any given time. These individuals don't know that they are a vampire slayer until they've been activated by the powers that be. This typically will happen anywhere from early teens to young adulthood. Once activated, this special individual will exhibit superhuman powers, much like a superhero. Once activated, a trainer will seek them out and explain their destiny to ensure they fulfill their duty. If the Slayer doesn't fulfill his or her duties, vampires will overrun the area they're assigned to protect. It sounds cool, doesn't it? Being the chosen one, having superhuman powers and saving lives, but it's actually a life of sacrifice and solitude. Particularly social slayers will find this transition extremely difficult, while the more reclusive types will take it into their stride. Wow. What was that? The vampire years? Preparing for fallout? You may think labeling your fallout shelter with a sign like this one would be a good idea, but remember, you have just stocked it with rations for a family of 4. If your shelter is made public, your ration stocks may only last weeks instead of years. If this happens, you will be forced to surface early and fall victim to radiation poisoning. It's a hard choice, but in order to survive, your shelter needs to be kept secret. You can try to influence others to make their own shelter, but you cannot reveal that you're also building a shelter. Another thing you need to keep in mind when creating your shelter is you require quick and easy access. Once the bombs fall, clearing your basement so you can access the shelter will result in the death of you and your family. Make sure you keep a clear and clean path directly to the shelter entrance. Chapter 3, Construction. Now that's out of the way, let's discuss construction. You'll need 67 tons of concrete, 3 or more shipping containers, and a 20-inch thick bank vault door. The concrete and containers are easy to acquire. The vault door is the tricky part. You'll need to approach the manufacturer of such doors, because they usually deal with safe companies or banks. They'll likely not deal with you being a member of the public. You might be lucky enough to see a bank closed down, where you might snatch up the vault door at auction. But the best way I found is to contact the Association of Apocalyptic Survivors. They have some great contacts and can help put you in touch with the right person. The other consideration when purchasing said door is the cost. These doors can run anywhere from $50,000 to $500,000, depending on the type of door and its features. You won't need anything top of the line, just something you can lock, is at least 20 inches thick, and is lead lined. You may also need to have the door modified so it can open from the inside. This is a common feature though. Most doors already have this ability. Once you have everything you need, you'll need to hire an excavator. The size of your shelter will determine how large the hoe needs to be. If you're connecting 3 shipping containers, you need a hoe to accommodate that with at least 2 feet on each side. You should also dig 1.5 times the depth of the container. Once your containers are in place, it's time to pour the concrete. We'd recommend inserting rebar as it. What's this? A mind within a mind. There was a scratching on the glass. She could only see her own warped and twisted face in the reflection. As she crept closer, ever fearful of what she might find, the culprit revealed itself. A tree imitating the pain in time with the breeze. With a sigh of relief, she sat back down, feeling rather silly for being frightened by such a simple thing. And I need something. This. I see boy. A baby boy. It led to her thinking about the psychology of the mind. Why is it when we're alone, the slightest noise sends us into a heart-pounding frenzy with thoughts of serial killers and ghosts stalking us? The more she thought about it, the more it began to affect her. She needed something to take her mind off it. She leant down and picked up the TV remote, when suddenly something brushed against her back. She sprung off the chair, flushed with more panic than she'd ever felt before. She couldn't see anything, but there was a smell in the air. She couldn't quite place it, but it somehow reminded her of her grandparents' basement. She really couldn't remember the basement itself, though, or ever being in it. Odd. How could she be reminded of something without any memory of experiencing it? She began to walk around the house again. The smell had a point of origin. She was following her nose. She tried to bring Frost with her, but the old Malamute just whimpered in the corner. Not even a treat would get him to follow her. She followed the smell to the back door, but once outside, it had totally vanished. Disconcerted, she returned inside to find the smell was back, and much stronger, suddenly pungent and offensive. For the life of her, she couldn't identify the odor beyond a memory she couldn't access. She wondered if the smell reminded her of her grandma's basement. Maybe she should check out her basement. between the menacing tree branch, still audible from upstairs, and the cloying odor she could almost physically feel on her skin. She was terrified. She's never been in the basement. For some reason, she was deathly afraid of basements. She gathered up a few things to make the trek down, all the while procrastinating, hoping the odor would vanish before she got there. Flashlight check. Knife check. Baseball bat check. She was as ready as she would ever be. As she made her way toward the basement, she suddenly identified the odor. Rotten eggs. The smell of putrefaction. The smell of putrefaction increased in concert with her fear. The door to the basement was under the stairs, leading to the second floor of the house. Inching closer, her already short, ragged breaths halted as she heard the scratching sound again. Clenching her eyes shut for a moment, she forced herself to remember the branches, rationalizing the sound, holding on to the familiar. She continued down the dark hallway towards the door. She reached out for the shiny brass doorknob, so shiny she could clearly see her own reflection in it, and couldn't miss the shadow moving of its own volition behind her. She froze, staring at the shadow that had stopped moving inhumanly quickly. The entire house was dead silent. Nothing moved. The only thing she could perceive was that god-awful odor. There was nothing for it. She quickly turned the knob and opened the door. As she rushed in, the door slammed shut behind her. Startled, she fell, down and down and down the stairs, finally hitting her head on the basement floor. She had no idea how much time had passed when she came to. It was still dark, but of course it was. She was in a basement. Her flashlight was on the floor, shining into the corner of the room. She could hear scratching movement, now in a room without windows, and, my God, the smell had become so strong, filled her throat and squeezed her lungs. Afraid to move, she slowly reached for the flashlight, when a realization hit her. The smell might not be rotten eggs. She had smelt it before in science class. It was sulfur. Wow. Anything else over here? The HPV cookbook. Wow. Traditional lasagna. Ingredients: 3 lasagna sheet, a half a cup of mozzarella cheese grated, 1 onion finely chopped, 1 clove of garlic crushed, 1 tablespoon of oil, 500 grams of beef mince, tomato-based sauce, bechamel cheese sauce. Method: Number 1. Preheat the oven to 380 degrees Fahrenheit. Number 2. In the baking dish, layer meat, bechamel sauce, and lasagna sheets. Number 3. Repeat the layers, finishing with cheese sauce. Scatter over mozzarella cheese. Number 4. Cover with foil. Bake for 30 minutes. Remove the foil. Bake a further 5 to 10 minutes. Fluffy pancakes. Ingredients: a half a cup of milk, 1 egg, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract, 2 cups of self-raising flour, 1/4 of teaspoon bicarbonate of soda, 1/3 cup of castor sugar, 25 grams of butter melted. Method: Number 1. Whisk the milk, the egg, and vanilla together in a jug. Sift the flour and bicarbonate of soda into a bowl. Stir in sugar. Make a well in center. Add milk mixture. Whisk until just combined. Number 2. Heat a large non-stick frying pan over medium heat. Brush the pan with butter. Using a fourth of a cup of mixture per pancake, cook 2 pancakes for 3 to 4 minutes or until bubbles appear on the surface. Turn and cook for 3 minutes or until cooked through. Transfer to a plate. Cover loosely with foil to keep warm. Repeat with the remaining mixture, brushing pan with butter between batches. Serve. Spaghetti and meatballs. Number 1. Make meatballs by combining mince, onion, carrot, parsley, breadcrumbs, feta, egg, and salt and pepper in a bowl. Mix well. Number 2. Using clean hands, roll heaped tablespoons of mixture into balls. Place flour on a large plate. Season with salt and pepper. Roll the meatballs in flour to coat. Number 3. Heat 2 tablespoons of oil in a non-stick frying pan over medium-high heat. Cook the meatballs in batches for 2 minutes or until browned. Transfer to a plate. Number 4. Add the remaining 1 tablespoon of oil to a clean pan and heat over medium heat. Add the onion and garlic. Cook, stirring occasionally for 2 minutes or until onion is soft. Number 5. Add the tomato paste and cook, stirring for 1 minute. Number 6. Add the tomatoes and stock the pan. Bring to the boil. Reduce heat to medium-low and simmer until sauce thickens slightly for 15 to 20 minutes. Number 7. Add the meatballs to the pan. Spoon the sauce over them to coat. Cover and cook for 15 minutes or until meatballs are cooked through. Number 8. In the meantime, cook the spaghetti in a large saucepan of boiling salted water according to packet instructions. Drain. Southern fried chicken. Ingredients: 2 tablespoons of paprika, 2 tablespoons of freshly ground black pepper, 2 teaspoons of garlic powder, 2 teaspoons of dried oregano, a half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, 1 cup of buttermilk, 1 large egg, kosher salt, 1 whole chicken about 4 pounds, cut into 10 pieces or 3½ pounds, bone in, skin on breasts, legs, drumsticks, and or wings. 1½ cups of all-purpose flour, 1½ cup of cornstarch, 1 teaspoon of baking powder, and 4 cups of vegetable shortening or peanut oil. Well, what else do we have over here? How to draw. What? That's not how to draw. Oh, here we go. Oh, this looks like an art book. There's a monkey, a guy, a girl, and some type of cartoon character. I'll be back. Ugh. Girl. Yeah. Thanks, girl. Love you. Love you, baby. Huh?
Couldn't hold on.
Aw. She jumped? Aw. You okay, girl? Yeah? Ugh. Aw. It looks like a puppy. And a kitty. Excuse me. There's a mouse. And a bull. Let's see what this other book is. The something. Oh. As she approached the farm, she could make out a small farmhouse in the distance. She noticed all the crows. They were everywhere, in the trees, on the ground, sitting on the wheel, and even sat on the scarecrow, making it something more of a scary human. The old farmhouse was very old and cozy looking. It was dead quiet, too quiet, really. All she could hear was the grass under her feet. Even the crows were not calling. This place felt otherworldly. She felt like she didn't belong, like a color image in a black and white scene. Then, without warning, a child's scream pierced the silence. All the crows at the moment landed on the house. She approached with caution and peeked in the window. She could see several shapes moving around in the room, all hunched over a table. She still couldn't hear anything at all. It felt like they were all communicating without the use of vocal cords. They all quietly left the room. She decided to investigate further and slid the window open. It didn't make a sound. She crept in and moved towards the table. As she got closer, she was able to see more until she was standing over herself. A girl identical to her had been badly mutilated, with tools sticking out of her eyes, and her fingernails replaced with beaks from crows. The room began to spin, and then nothing. Black. After some time, the road came back into focus. She was in unimaginable pain. It was her on the table all along. That's when she saw him, the defiler. Wow. Chapter 3. What have I become? You. She kept thinking about the early days of her childhood, her innocence, playing on the tire swing in the backyard. She had no brothers or sisters. It was just her. Her and that tire swing. She could remember every knot in the tree, the way the leaves smelled. Sitting outside, her imagination would carry her far and wide. To us, it was a tire swing on a tree. To her, it was a boundless world of possibility. Then a surge of pain snapped her out of her reverie. Was her approaching the farmhouse another memory she had escaped to? The pain coming from where her fingernails used to be was indescribable. The defiler stood over her, a pale man, gaunt of face and body. He was wearing tattered black rags that somehow resembled a robe and a black-brimmed hat. His face had no life and was hard to recall. When she looked, she could see him, but looking away, she'd immediately forget his face. Perhaps he has no face, and her mind is trying to fill in the blanks. Wow. So... the window. Nothing about that. So this is from the year 1986. Is this real? I don't know if it's real or not. It just looks like fog outside. There's no ground. What's up here? Bim Patel. That looks like... What was the name of that? Fatal Attraction. That's what the name of that movie is. Under a Bloody Moon. A New Hope plus The Empire Strikes Back. Psychotic 1 and 2. Huh. I guess the X-Files are nowhere around here. Oh yeah, this is 1986. The X-Files wasn't out by then. There was a videotape up here that had the X-Files season 1. But I guess since we are in 1986, that the X-Files wasn't made in 1986. The X-Files was made in 1993. Mother exonerated from infant death. Mother exonerated from infant death. An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities had taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all of their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy. Mother cannot be identified until investigation is complete. Exile breaks box office. Exile, the latest sci-fi epic from CR Productions, has blown in the face of expectations and critics by smashing its opening weekend box office figures. Early estimates report the film to have doubled its production budget in its opening weekend. While critics pan the film for being wholly uninspired and bland, they recognize the budget invested in the film's marketing has made this a success story. Although the critics don't rate this film, the public do. Interviews with moviegoers and surveys conducted indicate the film is much loved and owes its huge numbers to not only successful marketing but repeat viewings. Exile takes place in the far future. The human race lives in orbit around the Earth, and the planet is no longer capable of sustaining life. The catch being that humans have not advanced far enough to leave the solar system. If you'd like to catch Exile this weekend, it'll be showing on both screens at the Pleasant Falls Multiplex and the Pleasant Drive-Ins. Oh, so that's... yeah. That's another thing that this is 1980... whatever. 1986. Because... they still had drive-ins. They still had drive-ins. I wonder what that first news story is about, though. But yeah, the X-Files wasn't made until 1993, so... yeah, there wouldn't be a VHS about it. I guess the same thing goes for the 1990s Twilight Zone. Oh, hi. Welcome in. I hope you had a wicked cool Thanksgiving. I know something's behind me. The TV's on. Without me even looking. Yep, the TV's on. And how? The hell? This is a record player. Oh, Mom and Dad had something like this up there in the city. Actually, what the hell is that? Death. What? Death. that Theo? Oh, thanks. We had a good Thursday, although we had ours on Tuesday because we thought that we was gonna go up to my sister's, but my father got sick with green junk, and we couldn't go up there. Actually, I think they might postpone that until maybe this weekend. I don't know. But I find it odd. I find it odd that he had the No, you don't. I find it odd that he had the very same stuff back then, back 4 years ago, the day before Christmas. Oh, my God. Ouch. But yeah, I find it odd that he came down with the same stuff that he had 4 years ago. What the hell was that? Okay, so we looked at all these. So yeah, they might postpone that until this weekend, maybe. Read all these books. Still don't know what the hell this one is, though. The old... What does that say, you all? The... No. The... Actually, I don't know what that says. Wait a second. The old... I know that says the... The... I can't quite make out what that is. The... That writing looks... I don't know. You can't quite make out what that even says. I just see B and the Prodigy? I don't know. First place, Maggie Pout, 1984. Under fives, dance class. Wow. What is this? 1985, under sixes, dance class, Maggie Pout. Fourth place, Dance Pleasant, 1986, under sevens, dance class. Quest, Maggie Pout. Wait a second. That says Quest. That says Quest. And that says Quest. Dance Quest. I thought that said class. Who's this? In loving memory of Rose and Adage, August the 16th of 1907 to February the 2nd of 1981. Wow. Where is everything else at out here? I just see grass. I don't see anything else. Weird. Very weird. We can see our feet though. So this is what the TVs looked like back in 1986. Oh my god. Deepest sympathies. To Sarah and family, we're sorry for your loss. Our hearts are with you during these dark times. Let all of us at Top Wines Gallery. To Sarah, Gary, and Maggie, our deepest sympathies If you need anything, please know we're here for you. Love the Smiths. Final notice. Utilities payment coupon. $129.24. Gary. Wow. June of 1986. Frosted Fangs. Ah! Wow. This must have been around Halloween. Sugar Plops. Collect all of the graveyard friends. Count Vangular, Friendly Frankie, and Gary the... What? Gary the Ghost. Nick Gary the Ghost. What is that talking about? Us? Are we supposed to be some type of ghost? The Topo Martinez Butchery. Fresh meat, 1978. Premium quality, 177 Main Street, Pleasant Falls. Present this flyer for 20% off your next meat purchase over $40. All-Seeing Eye Security. June the 7th, 1986. Dear Gary Ryan Pound, we would like to offer our sincerest condolences in regards to the recent news about your son. We at All-Seeing Eye Security believe in supporting our people through periods of tragedy and transition. It is for this reason I'm writing to you. Hopefully this letter will offer some relief in such dark times. Your contract with us currently stipulates that you're entitled to 10 days of paid bereavement leave. I've spoken to the higher-ups and we'd like to offer you 20 days paid bereavement leave and 6 months of unpaid leave. I know it's not much, but we hope it helps you and your family through this time and eases some of the financial burden. We'd also like to offer financial support in regards to memorial costs. Please forward the bill to us and we'll gladly take care of it for you. Once all the arrangements have been made, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, No. They forgot to put an R. I don't know what the hell is going on behind me. I don't even want to look behind me. Reach out to us so we can work on a return to work plan for you. Again, you have my deepest sympathies, and if there is anything further we can do to help, please don't hesitate to reach out. Best regards, Shane McFarlane. Wow. Ew. Look at that microwave. Big Jim's Appliances this weekend. Big sale. Order and get free delivery. Pleasant Falls Mall. 2296 Main Street, Pleasant Falls. Offer only valid 40%. Offer valid only from June the 5th to June the 7th. And somebody's shoe print is on the back of it. That looks good though. Salad not included. A salad? That's not supposed to be a salad. That's a cheeseburger. Not a freaking salad. Papa's heating instructions microwave from Frozen. Number 1, remove from the wrapper. Wrap in the paper towel. Number 2, microwave on high for 65 seconds or until hot. Number 3, let's stand in microwave for 1 minute before serving. From refrigerated. Number 1, remove from the wrapper. Wrap in paper towel. Number 2, microwave on high for 30 to 40 seconds or until hot. Number 3, let's stand in microwave for 1 minute before serving. Beer. Boy, somebody was a heavy drinker. Sunflower, sunbloom butter. In loving memory. Gary and family, condolences. Take the time you need. From all of us at All Seeing Eye Security. I remember somebody had a table just like that. It was a room like that. Telecom, connecting people, Mr. Gary Ryan Pout, 17 Aspen Vickers Drive, Pleasant Falls, Washington, 99909. Before January the 1st, 2000. Wow. Nothing in there. Wait a second. Adage alterations. Rose Ann Adage. 202-555-0191. 1721 Main Street, Pleasant Falls. So I guess Rose must have been the one who had that sewing machine. Who had a table that was like this? Oh. I think my uncle might have had a table that was like this, because the chairs are messing with my memory. So yeah, Uncle Lonnie had a table that was like this. The chairs too, because I remember he videotaped my sister's first birthday right there. And the chairs and the table was just like that. There's grass out there, but beyond that, the great beyond. Actually, that book might be like what Alan Wake was doing. It's telling the book. The book is telling what is actually happening. There's a rubber ducky. Huh. scene. So yeah, this was from 1986 too. Learn computer. I remember something like that. Bimbo Park. So yeah, we are in 1986. No music, no nothing. Don't forget to use your imagination. I reread this in the first part. Feel free to combine elements from several different locations if you feel it benefits the work overall. When I painted the above, I was using a photo of a boat I found in a magazine. Then I looked over at my desk and saw a shell and was inspired to combine the two. If this were just a painting of a boat, it wouldn't say much. This piece says a lot depending on who's looking at it. You don't have to include every single element. Take this painting, for example. A very strong piece with heavy emphasis on the leaves. If you look closely, only the trees in front have leaves. The trees in the background have none. The main reason for this is to give focus to the leaves on the trees in front. If all the trees had leaves, they'd all match together. Oh yeah. If you have black garland on a black tree, it'll match together and it won't make no sense. You wouldn't differentiate between what was the tree and what was the garland. And the piece would lose its focal point. When painting your own landscape, include the strong elements. Use the landscape as more of a guide rather than accurately matching it. Don't be afraid to buy tubes of green paint. Don't feel obligated to mix your own. You always have quick access to them, and you can extend their range by mixing in blue or yellow. There's some more. I like that one on the upper right. It looks like it was a rainy day, and somebody's going across the crosswalk with an umbrella, and you can tell that it's raining because you can see the reflections of the headlights onto the pavement. If you're painting objects in the far background, you may want to use the principle of atmospheric perspective. This is where objects in the foreground are crisp and bright, but the further away things are, they become grayer and lighter. This is where objects in the foreground are crisp and bright, but the further away things are, they become grayer and lighter than they are. Don't be distracted by the entirety of the landscape. Choose a focal point and focus your energy there. Everything else you can use to frame your focal point and give it context. You don't want to be going crazy with detail. You don't need to paint the little boats holding the street sign up. As you can see from this piece, the focal point is the cabin, which leads the eye to the mountains. That leads us into the next chapter, how to read a painting and lead your audience. Wow. There is no computer here anymore. This really is 1986. Because there's no computer. And there's no focal point. Paper clips. Adage alterations, Roseanne Adage, 1721 Main Street, Pleasant Falls. Rose must have been somebody's grandmother. And there's Dr. Cal chewing gum. So yeah, this pretty much is basically a an artist studio slash sewing studio. Because the printer is gone, the computer is gone, everything, all except this clock over here, which back then, back in 1986, yeah, they had clocks like this. I remember because it was in Back to the Future, and I think when I was growing up, I think my folks had an alarm, had a clock like that in my room. Pretty different how things change. It's pretty interesting how things change, I should say. Something happened to the baby. Wah hi radio. Who's doing that? Who's doing a ha 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 ha? Who's doing that? I don't know who's doing that. I like that bed though. Maybe Mom and Dad had a bed like that back then. Back in 97, 98. There's another alarm clock. I had one of these back then too. Mom and Dad had, my folks had in my room at that time, where I got introduced to the likes of the Nintendo 64, PlayStation 1, the PS1, the GameCube. He's gone, but I still hear him. He's trying to talk, but it's faded, muted, and jumbled. What does it mean? We'll inspect this. We'll see what's up with this baby monitor because something's going wrong. Something's going ah ha 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 ha. And I'm hearing a baby crying. But yeah, I had a alarm clock like this. Wait a second now. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I did have a, oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Because my bed frame had like a mirror on it, and it had like two things on each side. Yeah. Although I don't think Mom or Dad has that anymore. But anyway, back then, yeah, I had two drawers on either side of that mirror. And I think the alarm clock might have been in front of that mirror because there was like a table thing right there, and on each side of those two drawers, and there was the alarm clock right there, and then what else was on that table? There was my glasses might have been on that table. I think they was on that table, either that or they was on the top of the alarm clock. But what else? There might have been a there might have been a there might have been a few graphic novels that was on that table. I know Buffy didn't come at that time. There wasn't any graphic novels of Buffy at that time. But there might have been a few graphic novels on that table. I think there was like maybe there might have been the new and improved Amazing Spider-Man graphic novel on that table. What else was there on there? Let me see here. There was that right there, and then there was that right there, and then I don't know. There might have been a there might have okay, so that was right there. That was right there. And there was some books on there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can tell you exactly what was on that table. Other than those graphic novels. It was the X-Files unrestricted access book that was talking about the 4th season. And that was a huge ass book. So yeah, I think that was all that was on that table. Anyway. So yeah. I remember that stuff just like it was yesterday. Nice calm. Whoa. What the hell happened? Whoa. What just happened? How did we get teleported in here? And who was that? Was that Sarah? I don't kill, I something? That's crazy. We are locked in here. And the outside doesn't look... The outside doesn't look normal. Cuddles. That's supposed to be snuggles. Wet wipes. What is this? That's a half of a picture, isn't it? Boy, it looks like it was... Looks like somebody was trying to, throw it away by the ripples in it. And that's a half of a picture. What does that say? Falls Police Department. What is this? Evidence? Falls Police Department. What does that say? Interrogation room, okay. Questioning. Or no, that says getting. Attention getting. Wow. Take with us. Find the rest of the photo. Why did that just crack open? Ain't nothing in here. Ain't nothing in here. Oh yeah, in my room back in the city, before my sister left with her family, they left stuff of Winnie the Pooh stickers. What the hell is this? That doesn't look like the hallway. What is this? Baby. The hell? The hell is this? What is that, a dark screen back there? Wait a second. This looks like the same type of recorder that Uncle Lonnie had back then. This looks like a recorder or a polygraph or something. Actually, what is this? Pleasant Falls Police Department. Before me, the undersigned authority on this, the 6th day of June in 1986. Personally appeared Sarah Pout of address 17 Aspen Biggers Drive, Pleasant Falls, Washington, 99909. Deposes and says, I was at home with my 6-month-old son, Michael. My husband, Gary, and 6-year-old daughter, Maggie, had gone out shopping. I decided to put Michael down and take a nap. So, it was her that they was talking about in that newspaper. I had an inkling that that's who they were talking about. It was around 1 p.m. I awoke at around 3 p.m. to a loud bang. This caused me to panic and run and check on Michael. His crib had collapsed, and I could see blood. I picked up Michael, but he wasn't breathing. His skin felt cold. I took him and sat on the staircase holding him. Gary and Maggie came home at around 3:10 p.m. to find me holding Michael at the foot of the staircase. Gary called an ambulance. So wait a second here. Are you trying to tell me that you just sat there with your son? He wasn't breathing. You didn't try to do much of anything to resuscitate him. You didn't go to the freaking hospital. You didn't call an ambulance yourself. You sound like a piece of freaking work, lady. Gary was hysterical, as was I. Yeah, well, with you being hysterics, you should have called the damn ambulance anyway. Maggie didn't understand what was happening. The ambulance came and took my baby away from me at around 3:20 p.m., and the police arrived at around 4 p.m. Yeah, that's why the freaking cops are questioning you. They're questioning you because they're wondering why in the hell you didn't call the ambulance right then and there. That, and they are also wondering why you didn't take and go to the freaking hospital. If you didn't know how to resuscitate your son yourself, ma'am. Wow. She does sound like a freaking piece of work. Sound like somebody else from back then. Subscribed and sworn to before me on this, the 6th day of June in 1986. Notary Public, Pleasant Falls Police Department. Wow. Let's see what this is.
I told you I was sleeping. He was out with Maggie getting ice cream or something. I don't know. I was asleep. Look, my baby boy just died, and I don't know how. What kind of God would kill an innocent baby? I didn't kill my son. Yes, I had postnatal depression, but I'm telling you, woke to a noise and had a strange feeling something was wrong. And I ran to his room and I found his crib collapsed. And his lifeless body. He blew out of the blood. My baby boy.
Yeah, well, you should have done something anyway. Psh. God. Crazy girls today, man. Oh, God. Crazy grandmothers. Supposed grandmothers. Crazy supposed grandmothers, too. Well, I just felt that. Hold on a minute, you all. But yeah, yeah, Dad's supposed mother almost let me die in 1985. So yeah, you can pretty much well understand why I'm pissed at this lady, because I was blue back then, or so I've been told. I was blue back then. My father's supposed mother didn't do a damn thing and was holding me, carrying me around, and luckily, my step-grandfather at that time knew what was wrong with me. So yeah, you can pretty much well understand where I'm coming from with this. Because that lady on that recorder should have done something. I swear. Yeah, the cops here think that she did it because she didn't do a damn thing to help him out. She should have called the ambulance. She should have held him in one hand if she didn't know how to resuscitate him, which again, lady, CPR classes might ring a bell to you if you had the time to take any CPR lessons. That's crazy. That's crazy, you all. Either that or she could have had a neighbor to take and go with her to the hospital. But no, she just sat there with him on the steps. I swear. I swear. Okay, so where do we go from here? Is that okay, so that's the dark screen back there. This doesn't make a sense. Where the hell is this at? Are we still at the house? But that doesn't make any sense. If we were still at the house, then why are we at the police station? We open this door. Line up. We can't open that because that's a key card. Line up. We can't open that because there's another key card. Police officers only. We can't open that because that's a third key card. Wait a second. Detective Carlson. You remind me of somebody. Who was it? Was it somebody that was on Charmed? You know, it might have been somebody that was on Charmed. Detective Carlson. And no, I'm not talking about Andy. There was somebody else who was on Charmed. I don't know. He looks very familiar, though. Detective Carlson, joined 1977. Killed in action 1983. Oh, wow. Officer Matthias, joined 1970. Killed in action 1975. Wow. Actually, you remind me of somebody else, too. They had somebody from that show, or maybe several people from that show. Actually, you know who you remind me of? You partly remind me of Leo for some reason. I don't know why. Officer Michaels, joined 1963, killed in action 1969. Wow. And you remind me of somebody. Captain Napier, joined 1978, killed... Wait a second. Captain Napier, joined 1958, killed in action 1976. Lead Detective March, joined 1949, killed in action 1955. Wow. Chief of Police Tanas, joined 1952, killed in action 1964. Huh. Lieutenant Smith, joined 1971, killed in action 1977. Officer Gibson, joined 1983, killed in action 1985. Wow. Detective Hargrove, joined 1979, killed in action 1985. And you remind me of somebody else too. Sergeant Jones, joined 1933, killed in action 1939. I don't know why, but he also reminds me of Leo for some reason. Interrogation room. Can't open that door. Lifts. That door also requires a key card. Enjoy Fizz Lemonade. Ooh, Fizz Lemonade. That sounds very refreshing. Let's try to get some. Or one. Can we drink it? What the hell? Why did Oxbeard pop out? Let's try it again. What the hell? Why is Oxbeard popping out of this lemonade Sprite machine? The hell? The hell? Is that all that's popping out of this vending machine? Beer? One, two, three, four, five, six. What the hell? We just earned a trophy. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Find the person trapped in the vending machine. There's a person that's trapped in the vending machine? Wow. Can we open it? No, we can't open it. So there was a person that was trapped in the vending machine? That's what that hand was. Robbery, homicide.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
Well, still yet, if there was faulty machinery in the bassinet, as I remember it being when we was over there, why didn't she call or have a neighbor or call a neighbor to take them to the hospital? Of course the investigation is ongoing. Detective Walter Higgins. Robbery, homicide. The Wellness Initiative.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
It is my opinion that Detective Walter Higgins is fit for duty. He has been prescribed a light sedative to combat anxiety caused by work-related stress. These issues are being managed and should not affect his ability to do his work. Dr. Matthew Venner, the Wellness Initiative Director, phone 555-9215. Wow. There's his glasses. Can't read what that says right there.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
FBI 10 most wanted fugitives. Brian Hernandez. Description: place of birth, Pleasant Falls. Height, 5'9". Build average. Occupation unknown. Remarks: leader of a violent cult known as the Hernandez Clan. Caution: Brian Hernandez is wanted in connection to a war with a rival faction. This war has led to several murders and kidnappings since the closure of the old Pleasant Falls lumber mill. Considered armed and extremely dangerous. If you have any information concerning this person, contact your local FBI office. Reward: the Rewards for Justice Program, United States Department of State, is offering a reward of up to $200,000 for information leading directly to the apprehension or conviction of Brian Hernandez. Pleasant Falls Police Department case outline. Over 30 years ago, there was a property dispute between two families. The dispute was in a deadlock
investigation has begun
with the Civil Claims Court.
6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
After 5 years, the judge suddenly ruled in favor of the Hernandez family. It's unclear why this sudden decision was made, but this was the beginning of a war between the two cults that would rage on for decades. Both families have rallied younger, more impressionable members of our community to their cause, and invited them to live on their respective compounds. The families have taken to calling themselves the Hernandez Clan and Smiths. With a following of 15 community members and 12 family members, the Smiths have more numbers at 27 active members. The Smiths. Oh my God. That was a condolence thing. On the card, the Hernandez clan have 22 active members, 15 of those being blood related. This clan war has seen recent murders and kidnappings. Our small town police department
has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
Our small town police department isn't equipped to deal with large-scale shootouts and other crimes taking place around this war. The FBI case is and the FHI case in and raided both properties at once. They didn't find the leaders or their highest-ranking soldiers. They may have met off-site to have a final showdown, sparing the woman and children, but it's more likely that they were tipped off and only a few were able to escape. The two clan leaders, Corey Smith and Brian Hernandez, are wanted by the FBI and are now fugitives. The clan members have remained loyal except for one. They're giving us the names of leaders and everything they know. We will of course keep our star witness in protection until the fugitives are apprehended.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries.
Certificate of Appreciation,
home,
Walter
the mother
Higgins.
Of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant
There's
Falls
the old
PD
meal.
told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
FBI 10 Most Wanted Fugitives. Corey Smith. Description: place of birth, Pleasant Falls. Height, 6 foot. Build average. Occupation unknown. Remarks: leader of a violent cult known as the Smiths. Caution: Corey Smith is wanted in connection to a war with a rival faction. This war has led to several murders and kidnappings since the closure of the old Pleasant Falls lumber mill. Considered armed and extremely dangerous. If you have any information concerning this person, contact your local FBI office. Reward: the Rewards for Justice Program, United States Department of State, is offering a reward of up to $200,000 for information leading directly to the apprehension or conviction of Corey Smith. There's a radio.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
Case report 030686-07. We recently received several reports of a man wearing a top hat lurking in the woods. The locals that have reported this man are trustworthy and upstanding citizens. The reason this comes up is because each report places him at around 12 feet tall with glowing red eyes and no face. Obviously, this presents a significant problem for our sketch artist. The strange thing with these reports isn't the odd nature of the report, but the condition of the site where he was spotted. After investigating each site, the foliage in the area has been frozen solid and shattered. Even blades of grass are now tiny shards. I don't know if what these people are seeing is real, but they're seeing something unusual, and it's causing some very strange phenomena. The local paper has taken to calling the entity the Icy Hatter, and has the town intrigued.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
My only concern is for the safety of our people. Until I know this thing is not a threat, I will need to respond to all sightings in a timely fashion. Sergeant Elaine Lee. Wow. Pleasant Falls. Lumber mill closes after fatal accident. The Pleasant Falls lumber mill has been shut down after a suspected accident has killed up to 9 workers. With an additional 9 workers missing, this could be the biggest tragedy to strike Pleasant Falls.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy. The father was out with their 6-year-old daughter buying groceries. When they returned home, they found the mother of the child holding the infant in her arms. Authorities have taken the mother in for questioning, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for Pleasant Falls PD told us that the death has been ruled accidental. However, the investigation is ongoing. It's believed that faulty nursery equipment may have failed, causing this tragedy. Inflicare has issued a full recall on all their bassinets in accordance with the ongoing investigation. Our best wishes and condolences go out to the family involved in this tragedy.
Pleasant Falls Police Department. Officer Carrie Miles, badge number 29066. Take with us. That door is locked. Ooh! Third floor, butchery. Bind Hill inside the elevator. Wow. Pleasant Falls Police Department. Okay, so it must be this door. It is. Pout. W. Higgins, homicide. This might be. Oh yeah, this is a lineup. This is where they take pictures of different people. Actually, how do we do this? No. Controls. I'm gonna try this. No. Oh, that's the way. Okay. Turn to your left. Oh, that's Sarah. Take a photo in the police lineup room. So I guess we go over here. Actually, can we... can we do this one? Nope. What about this one? Nope. She's probably level class. Oh, this is where we was at over there. This is the other side of that dark screen. Bed report 060686-1. Wow. Pleasant Falls Police Department. Gary Ryan Pout. Drunk and disorderly. Physical assault. April the 11th, 79. Pleasant Falls Police Department. Gary Ryan Pout. Drunk and disorderly. Physical assault. April the 11th, 1979. So wait a second, does that mean that we were in jail too? Pleasant Falls Police Department case file. Date June the 6th, 1986. Case file number 060686. Oh, 060686 is the date. Lead investigator Detective Higgins. Determination unexplained death. Date of incident June the 6th, 1986. Victim name Michael Pout. Victim age 6 months. Initial assessment. Victim has passed due to blunt force trauma to the cranium. Michael Pout was found deceased by his mother, Sarah Pout, in their home. The mother claims that she was sleeping and awoke to a disturbance in her son's bedroom. Upon investigation, she had discovered her son's lifeless body. This investigation has begun to determine the cause of death and where to place responsibility. The husband, Gary Pout, and daughter, Maggie Pout, were not in the residence at the time of death. They have not been ruled out, but are not currently of interest to this investigation. At the time of opening this case file, Sarah Pout is the primary suspect, should foul play be determined. Yeah, I would say foul play because she didn't call the ambulance, she didn't call up a neighbor to take them to the hospital or anything. She just sat there. And you don't do that. Property of Pleasant. Subject Sarah. Location. Stage. Case number. Wow. Oh! Okay, with her cracking her skull up against the dark screen, ma'am, you need some serious help. You need to be put in a psychiatric institution. Yep. The bassinet looks like it was faulty, alright. What's this?
I just found him like this in his room. I was sleeping and I heard back. He's not breathing, he's not breathing.
Certificate of death. Name Michael R. Pout. Date of death June the 6th, 1986. And he was just 8 months old. Jeez. I don't know why she did that. Certificate of death. Place of death Pleasant Falls. Pleasant Falls, Washington, Pleasant Falls, 17 Aspen Vickers Drive, June the 6th, 1986. Date of birth, January the 9th, 1986. He wasn't that old either. Sarah A. Adeje. That must have been her grandmother, or her mother, who had the sewing machine business. Pleasant Falls, USA. Gary R. Pout. Father. Baby not available. Male, white. never married. Office of Vital Statistics. Christmas globe. Somebody paid $3.75 for it.
The police want me to see a grief counselor, and I want you to come with me. Will you come with me? Why won't you talk to me? You blame me, don't you? I can't do this alone.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have done that. Should have done something. Bereavement and Grief Support Group since 1974. Grief and Loss, the Mental Health Institute. Bereavement and Grief Support Group since 1974. Pleasant Falls Health. Grief is a process. A bereavement and grief support group helps and grief is a process. A bereavement and grief support group helps any individuals with the process of healing after the loss of a loved one. Pleasant Falls Health will be hosting an 8-week Pleasant Falls Health will be hosting an 8-week grief support group for adults. The goal of the group is to help you cope with feelings of grief, loss, and sadness in a safe, caring environment. When and where? Every Monday from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on July the 1st, July the 8th, July the 15th, July the 22nd, and August the 5th. To register, please contact Madison Stone at 555-1853. Grief and Loss. The Mental Health Institute. What are grief and loss? Grief is a natural response to loss. It might be the loss of a loved one, relationship, miscarriage, pet, job, or way of life. Other experiences of loss may be due to children leaving home, infertility, and separation from friends and family. The more significant the loss, the more intense the grief is likely to be. Grief is expressed in many ways, and it can affect every part of your life. Your emotions, thoughts and behavior, beliefs, physical health, your sense of self and identity, and your relationships with others. Grief can leave you feeling sad, angry, anxious, shocked, regretful, relieved, overwhelmed, isolated, irritable, or such, or numb. Many of these reactions are not constant, but instead can come in waves, often triggered by memories or occasions. The first few days after loss are particularly intense emotionally, and many people say that they function on auto for a while just to get through. Grief can affect your thinking, leaving you unable to concentrate or make decisions, forgetful, and sometimes causing you to worry that you will never feel better. It can also cause difficulty in your sleeping and physical health, leading to headaches, nausea, aches, and pains. It is not unusual to also question your faith or beliefs at this time, as you search for answers and meaning following the loss. The way you are feeling and thinking affects how you interact with the world around you, your friends, family, and workplace. For some, being with others is comforting, while others prefer more solitude as they come to terms with their loss. Grief has no set pattern. Everyone experiences grief differently, and there are cultural and circumstantial factors that affect how people express and cope with it. Some people may grieve for weeks and months, while others may describe their grief lasting for years. Through the process of grief, however, you begin to create new experiences and habits that work around your loss. You slowly begin to experience a greater sense of hope, focusing more on the future rather than loss itself. In time, memories begin to become something to enjoy rather than triggering sadness. Finding help. At the Mental Health Institute, we run both one-on-one and group grief support sessions. Call us at 555-3064 to book you some sessions soon. Wow, those are wicked cool. You've taken so much. I have no faith left. I hate you.
June 6, 1986.
I can't believe it, God. Only 6 months. His little body was so cold. He never even had a chance. And I miss him so much. And Mary hasn't spoken to me since it happened. I think he blames me. And Maggie's right. I was here with Michael. And now he's gone. Oh my God, I can't believe this. How can you take him from me? The police questioned me for 7 hours yesterday. And how is a grieving mother supposed to survive an interrogation? Maggie's only 6 and doesn't understand what's going on. And I need to stay strong for her. Gary's been drinking, so I'm on my own. Oh, please, make this stop.
Wow. Oh wow. I could hear things in the baby monitor. I must be going crazy. You hear the baby in the baby monitor. Or weird shit in the baby monitor. That's a nice couch. There's something up here. There's another picture. Piece of the picture. take with us. Why did that door just shut? What do we have? We have the complete photo of her. What the hell? This ain't the TV room. Where the hell is this place? Where the hell is the TV at? We're back in the PlayStation. Here's the TV. Here's the movies, though. Where's the... What the... Ooh. Ow. Okay, well, I'll be back. I'm gonna go use it. If it says press any button to continue, yeah, I'll be back to do that. I'll be back. Hi, baby girl. Love you. Okay. I'm back, you all.
An investigation has begun into the tragic death of a 6-month-old baby boy.
Look, my baby boy just died.
I had a strange feeling something was wrong.
What kind of God would kill an innocent baby?
Police have taken the mother in for questions, but she has since been released. A spokesperson for the Falls PD told us the death has been...
We are in the bathroom. Oh, the mirrors on the... standing up right now. Hmm?
Oh my, you just keep dying. Over and over and over. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. You'll be stunned by a sudden burst of light, but only if they don't see it coming.
Hmm.
Through the switch, bright light. She can't stand it.
Oh, wow, what the fuck? All the tapes are... all the tapes are straightened up now. What year are we in? There's a bassinet. The table's over here. Wow. Oh, we are still in 1986.
Every culture has a place of punishment. They have many names. I don't know what culture this is. This is a place for reflection. fabric between this place and the beautiful darkness.
Ew. Okay. Well, thanks. Oh! Thank you for that piece of information, Pinhead. Thank you for that piece of information. $1986. Yeah, thank you for that piece of information, Pinhead. Okay, so we are still in 1986. You'll be down here soon. The hell? There's another composition book. Actually, I have some of those over here.
January 11th, 1986. We just got back from the hospital with the latest addition to our family, little Michael, and he's perfect. Feeling a little strange though, almost depressed. I feel so guilty for feeling this way when it should be a time for celebration. Gary's been great, but he doesn't understand how I'm feeling. I tried to talk to him about it, but he just doesn't get it and tells me to be happy. He's right, but it's not that simple. Isn't it normal that I'm having postnatal depression with my second child when I didn't have it with my first? I'm depressed and happy at the same time. My God, this is confusing. I hope it passes. I know Gary will support me through this. I'm sure it's all going to be fine. The nurse suggested that I keep a journal to help work through my thoughts. So, here we go.
Oh. My paintings look alive. Actually, that's from a book that we was just reading. It was from the art book. January 1986. What the hell? Where the hell did that come from? Oh shit. $3.41.
January 11th, 1986. We just got back from the hospital with the latest addition to our family, little Michael, and he's perfect. Feeling a little strange though, almost depressed. I feel so guilty for feeling this way when it should be a time for celebration. Gary's been great, but he doesn't understand how I'm feeling. I tried to talk to him about it, but he just doesn't get it and tells me to be happy. He's right, but it's not that simple. Isn't it normal that I'm having postnatal depression with my second child when I didn't have it with my first? I'm depressed and happy at the same time. My God, this is confusing. I hope it passes. I know Gary will support me through this. I'm sure it's all going to be fine. The nurse suggested that I keep a journal to help work through my thoughts. So, here we go.
My paintings look alive. That was from the art book. MRP. Oh, that's her son's middle initial. Her son's initials. MRP. Michael R. Pout. That thing is no longer here.
Little Michael. I'm still not used to the name, but he's starting to grow on me. He's perfect, and he looks just like you. He's got your eyes.
State file number 14530003397. Name of registrant Michael Ryan Pout. Date of birth January the 9th, 1986. Sex male. Place of birth Pleasant Falls. Maiden name of mother Sarah Angela Adeje. Age of mother 24. Mother's place of birth Las Vegas, Nevada. Name of father, Gary Ryan Pout. Age of father, 24. Father's place of birth, Omaha, Nebraska. Date, record, filed January the 19th, 1986. Wow. January the 23rd, 1986. The hell was that? Ow!
January 11th, 1986. We just got back from the hospital with the latest addition to our family, little Michael, and he's perfect. Feeling a little strange though, almost depressed. I feel so guilty for feeling this way when it should be a time for celebration. Gary's been great, but he doesn't understand how I'm feeling. I tried to talk to him about it, but he just doesn't get it and tells me to be happy. He's right, but it's not that simple. Isn't it normal that I'm having postnatal depression with my second child when I didn't have it with my first? I'm depressed and happy at the same time. My God, this is confusing. I hope it passes. I know Gary will support me through this. I'm sure it's all going to be fine. The nurse suggested that I keep a journal to help work through my thoughts. So, here we go.
My paintings look alive. Hello, Pinhead. Ooh.
January 11th, 1986. We just got back from the hospital with the latest addition to our family, little Michael, and he's perfect. Feeling a little strange though, almost depressed. I feel so guilty for feeling this way when it should be a time for celebration. Gary's been great, but he doesn't understand how I'm feeling. I tried to talk to him about it, but he just doesn't get it and tells me to be happy. He's right, but it's not that simple. Isn't it normal that I'm having postnatal depression with my second child when I didn't have it with my first? I'm depressed and happy at the same time. My God, this is confusing. I hope it passes. I know Gary will support me through this. I'm sure it's all going to be fine. The nurse suggested that I keep a journal to help work through my thoughts. So, here we go.
Hello, Pinhead.
January 11th, 1986. We just got back from the hospital with the latest addition to our family, little Michael, and he's perfect. Feeling a little strange though, almost depressed. I feel so guilty for feeling this way when it should be a time for celebration. Gary's been great, but he doesn't understand how I'm feeling. I tried to talk to him about it, but he just doesn't get it and tells me to be happy. He's right, but it's not that simple. Isn't it normal that I'm having postnatal depression with my second child when I didn't have it with my first? I'm depressed and happy at the same time. My God, this is confusing. I hope it passes. I know Gary will support me through this. I'm sure it's all going to be fine. The nurse suggested that I keep a journal to help work through my thoughts. So, here Here we go. January 11th.
My paintings look
1986.
alive. Hello, Pinhead.
Hey guys, Nikki here with a few tips on how to unlock the bright light achievement in Caustic Reality. Wake up, it's 3:41 a.m. The entity won't spawn in the house until 3:45 a.m. This gives you 4 minutes real time to freely explore the house without consequence. When you wake up in 1986, move through the house and test all the light switches. Note which ones work and which do not. Do not leave them on. Turn them off before walking away. The goal will be to switch on the light and unexpectedly catch her under it to banish her. But you can't surprise her if she knows the light works. I chose a location between the downstairs hallway and the kitchen. There's a doorway with a light on either side. The one on the right turns on the kitchen light, and the one on the left turns on the hallway light. In my mind, I liked that best because I could catch her easily from either direction. When the game hits 3:45 a.m., you may notice the crackling of the radio begin. I found that she spawned upstairs above me while I was waiting for her to find me downstairs, so don't be too alarmed by this crackling. Because your enemy randomly spawns and moves through the house, you might need to give her an opportunity to find you. This means there might be a little bit of waiting as you get set up to trap her. The light of your flashlight isn't enough to see everything down the hallway, so you have to use the audio clue of your heartbeat suddenly starting to race, indicating the moment she sees you, and the small visual clue of a VHS style or camcorder glitch that indicates that she's locked onto you. You might not be able to see her racing down the hall at you, but using these small clues, you'll know when to flip the switch. As it comes down to timing, you might need to try a few times to catch her off guard in the right place. The great part about failing is, you'll wake up in a predictable area and have the whole 4 minutes to get ready again. Good luck. For more content, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Okay. Pretty much basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to get her to leave us alone. What the hell? She was right behind us. A pinhead.
Last holiday period reached a whopping 95 deaths. 60% of those were alcohol related. Maxwell Hume from the Pleasant Falls PD stated that alcohol-fueled violence and car wrecks have become a huge problem. How much needless death does there need to be before we curb our vices? If you suffer from addiction, seek help now. It's fine in moderation, but when your addiction affects the lives of those around you, it's time to do something about it. And in other news, City Hall was vandalized last night. The graffiti reads, "Who put her in the witch elm?" Being a small town, we don't usually have to deal with vandalism, but this message is very specific. To an unsolved murder from 1943, where human remains were found inside a witch elm. The remains were found 43 years ago. Question, why now? Police have no suspects or motive, but say it's likely that some of our youths came across this story and are simply acting out. Looking into the history of this message has us all intrigued. Who did put her in the witch elm? On a brighter note, if you're planning on having a 50
Oh. Hold on, you all. I need to see if the thing is still live. Crazy shit happened last night. Okay, that's good.
Okay, that's good.
Hello, Pinhead. I wonder if this will work. She runs at you anyway. She runs at you anyway. Okay, so that's what we'll need to do. Okay, so that's what we'll need to do. We'll turn this off. Turn this off. And we'll just do this. I just hope this works.
Still not used to the name, but he's starting to grow on me. He's perfect, and he looks just like you. He's got your eyes.
Inner demons cause outer demons, cause inner demons, cause outer demons, cause inner sinner. What? Inner demons cause outer demons, cause inner demons, cause outer demons, cause inner sinner. What? Where's she at? Huh? Oh my god, where the hell did you come from? Hello, Pinhead. Well, I don't hear nothing. I don't hear nothing. Where's she coming from? Well, that doesn't work. She just smashed you in your freaking face anyway. I don't see how people are getting this. That's where that painting, that's where that's coming from. But I want to do this first. Aha! I think I might know something. Okay, so if you're over here and she comes through there, we might catch her right there underneath the freaking clock. That's if she doesn't spot us. I'm gonna be waiting here for a little bit though. I think it takes about 4 minutes for her to appear. We'll just wait here to see if this works. Something that she won't be expecting. We'll just have to wait here. And then when she does stop by underneath that clock, then that's the moment when we go boom. No, that's the moment when we go boom. We'll just wait here in the dark. This might be the only way to catch her. Well, that didn't work. Because they're still right here. That didn't work either. Wonder how in the hell are people doing that? Light. There we go. Banish the ghost during the 1980s. Bright light, bright light. Boy, this painting looks alive. Whoa! Did we just go into the painting? We did. There's a tree. Satanic gesture. Found the crucifix hanging in the tree. Oh, this. This looks like a nice cabin. Looks like it's made out of glass, though. Or paint. There's a bed. This reminds me of Alan Wake.
March 1985. He really surprised me this weekend. He blindfolded me and whisked me off in the car. When he took the blindfold off, I saw this horrible little rundown cabin in the woods. He'd purchased this place from an estate sale of a deceased hunter or something. He wants to fix it up so we'll have our own little romantic getaway. Maggie's staying with the neighbors for the weekend, so I guess I'll make the most of it.
There's a typewriter.
March 1985. He's like a changed man out here. At first I wasn't sure this place is creepy, but last night was simply amazing. Maybe this was a great idea. It just needs a woman's touch.
Sarah's letter 1 and Sarah's letter 2. There's a chap. What the hell?
Did you hear that? Dad's a drunk. He drank and drank. The answer lies below.
The answer lies below. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, sir. You creepy looking scary wolf. Thank you. Hell, this does remind me of Alan Wake. Although I haven't been into that game very deep yet. Opticonic Inn. What the hell does that mean? Opticonic Inn? Opticonic Inn? The hell is this? Oh, this is more film. Camera-wide supercolor instant photos for use with camera-wide cameras only. Take with you. Okay, so let's see here. Triangle. Take a photo. Actually, you know what this does remind me of? Alan Wake mixed in with Madison. Whoa.
You better hurry. She's here.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I know I better hurry, Mr. Wolf, sir. Okay, so now that we did that, we did bright light, bright light. We don't need to do that again. What's the bassinet doing like this? I thought it was faulty. That's where the crucifix was. So now we need to go back in here. Look at this again. March the 23rd, 1985. He really surprised me this weekend. He blindfolded me and whisked me off in the car. When he took the blindfold off, I saw this horrible little run-down cabin in the woods. He had purchased this place from an estate sale of a deceased hunter or something. He wants to fix it up so we'll have our own little romantic getaway. Maggie is staying with the neighbors for the weekend, so I guess I'll make the most of it. That was that one. And then there was this one. March the 24th, 1985. He's like a changed man out here. At first I wasn't sure. This place is creepy, but last night was simply amazing. Maybe this was a great idea. It just needs a woman's touch. And then we got the camera film over here. We looked at this clock. This wolf was saying that we need to go because she's here, and I know that. And he said the answer was down below here. So we'll drop into here. Whoa. We are underneath the cabin, but we are still in paint. Here's a tape recorder that looks like it was painted.
March 1985. I don't ever want to come back. Last night there were all kinds of strange noises. I could hear whispering. I think maybe some of the locals don't want us here. I heard something in the basement and had to investigate. Oh my God, it's the slaughterhouse down there with some really weird shit going on. I appreciate taxidermy as an art form, but this looked like more than that. Between the cabins and the history and the strange noises, it would be a cold day in hell before I'll set foot in here again. This is how those horror movies start.
Ew, that really is a slaughterhouse down here. Good God. Tush, she wasn't kidding. What is this? March the 19th, 1979. There is only one ritual left, and finally I was able to make out one of the voices. They said, "The cost will be your firstborn son." Whoa. I'm sitting in this basement alone, hearing voices and performing rituals from a book. None of this sounds normal, yet I am compelled to continue. I've lost both my mind and my own self. Now that I am hearing ramblings about my unborn child, I can see only one solution. Cancer is cut out, and so must my poisoned mind be banished from this world. If you happen to read this letter, do not read from the book. Leave now. Cornelius Cumberdale. Cornelius Cumberdale. Cornelius Cumberdead. Cornelius Cumberdevil. Wow. This is behind the cabin. This looks like wet paint. You're gonna continue. Did we get everything? Yeah. Okay, so we did this over here with the crucifix. March 23rd, 1985. He really surprised me this weekend. He blindfolded me and whisked me off in the car. When he took the blindfold off, I saw this horrible little run-down cabin in the woods. He had purchased this place from an estate sale of a deceased hunter or something. He wants to fix it up so we'll have our own little romantic getaway. Maggie is staying with the neighbors for the weekend, so I guess I'll make the most of it. '24th of March, 1985. He's like a changed man out here. At first I wasn't sure. This place is creepy. But last night was simply amazing. Maybe this was a great ideal. It just needs a woman's touch. Here's some more film for the camera. Up, take. But yeah, this is like Alan Wake and Madison all rolled into one.
Did you hear that? Dad's a drunk. He drank and drank. The answer lies below.
The answer lies below. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
You'd better hurry. She's here.
Oh shit.
Every culture has a place of punishment.
Hi, Pinhead.
They have many names. I don't know what culture this is. This is a place full of affliction. The fabric between this place and the beautiful darkness is breaking down.
Yeah, I'm running in here. There's the crucifix.
You'd better hurry. She's here.
March 1985. I don't ever want to come back. Last night there were all kinds of strange noises. I could hear whispering. I think maybe some of the locals don't want us here. I heard something in the basement and had to investigate. Oh my God, it's the slaughterhouse down there with some really weird shit going on. I appreciate taxidermy as an art form, but this looks like more than that. Between the cabins and the history and the strange noises, it'll be a cold day in hell before I set foot in here again. This is how those horror movies start.
Wow. Yeah, it does look like a slaughterhouse down here. And down here looks like wet paint. March the 19th, 1979. There is only one ritual left, and finally I was able to make out one of the voices. They said, "The cost will be your firstborn son." I'm sitting in this basement alone, hearing voices and performing rituals from a book. None of this sounds normal, yet I am compelled to continue. I've lost both my mind and my own self. Now that I'm hearing ramblings about my unborn child, I can see only one solution. Cancer is cut out, and so must my poisoned mind be banished from this world. If you happen to read this letter, do not read from the book. Leave now. Cornelius Cumberdale. Cornelius Cumberdale. Cornelius Cumberdale. Cornelius Cumberdead. Cornelius Cumberdeva. Cornelius Cumberdevil. Wow. Let me see here. It was wet paint all over the place. Wow. So there was somebody in that. You all could probably see what was in there. Because it's nothing now, I don't think. Okay, so we got Supernatural Investigator. Here we go. Wow. Look behind us. Ain't nothing behind us. There's that picture. This is the attic. Wow. Maggie's Toys, attic. Looks like somebody wasn't doing the garbage, taking out the garbage. Garage. Here's a whole lot of lamps. Gasoline. What was that? Uh-oh. We are stuck up here. There's a laundry basket. This looks like Visage too. Why do I say that? There's a gramophone, and a rocking chair, and a mirror, and a candle. Looks like there's some more mannequins for sewing. Yee, there's a freaking bear trap. There's a sledgehammer, which was also from Visage. Here's another mirror. More paint. Let's take this bill.
It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding. Get out of here, you. Wait a minute. Come here, you. Now go. We're gonna be late to the altar.
Take with you. Uh-oh. Whoa. What time is it? $6:39. Oh my God.
Deaths. 60% of those were alcohol related.
Slaughterhouse down there with some really weird shit going on. Just needs a woman's touch. Be a cold day and changed man out here.
The stage is my home. The band's my drug. Let me in. Whoa, we are in Maggie's room again. We must be back in 99? Pleasant Falls Rock Fest 94. Oh no, we are actually in 94. Skulls and Roses, that sounds like Guns N' Roses. Problade, Killers, Madame Butterfly, Laysbury, Cheesy Pete, Clown Crew, Death Incarnate, Cisco, Bass Ass Bears, Rocket Fuel, Hair Cleanse, Death, Murder Mayhem, The Sickness, and Onyx Sun. This looks like we are in the either the early morning or the evening time. Anyway, yeah, I think we are back in either 94 or 99. Actually, it might be 94 because there's no... There's no vampire poster this time. What's this? Oh yeah, we already read this. What's this? Why don't you fight back? Mouse, useless, meaningless. Deadbeat asshole dickhead. Dad. Wow.
Dear Diary, I haven't spoken to Dad in years. We avoid each other as much as possible. He's always drinking and I'm scared to talk to him. Mom is a mess. She's so weak. I hate them both. I hate it here. I'm a prisoner in my own room. I can't have my friends over. I stay at Bridget's house as much as I can. It's time for a change. I met a boy 2 months ago. His name is Carl, and I think I love him. I told him about everything yesterday. My dead brother, drunk father, and drugged up mother. I thought he'd run for the hills, but he says he wants to save me. He says we should run away, and I think I will. What is my future here? I can't stay. I feel bad leaving my mom, but if she ever grew a spine, she'd have taken me away from here years ago. I have to go.
Well, that sounds like something that I went through. Something about being a prisoner in your own room, you can't have anybody over, yada yada yada. Yeah. Yeah, that's close to home. Dad, Mum. Has some type of drawing down there. Anyway, let me see here. How many more memories do we have left? 4. So, we'll do part 3. We'll do part 3 the next time around. Let's see what this says first. Mr. and Mrs. Pout, Pleasant Falls High School. I'm writing you concerning Maggie and her steady decline in grades over these past few years. I see such potential in Maggie, but there are quite a few issues that need to be addressed if Maggie is to graduate without issue. Maggie was a solid B student with A potential when she started here with us. This has severely declined. Maggie is now a C- to D student with A potential. I would like to offer my own time and tutor her after class, free of charge of course. I believe with the right direction we can salvage Maggie's grades before graduation. I'd also like to raise that Maggie often comes to school in dirty clothes. I don't like to pry, but it is my job to ensure the students have a healthy home life so they can focus on their education and future. I've attempted contact with you several times this year via phone and letters. I also stopped by last week, but there was no answer. This letter is my last attempt. Please call me ASAP at the number below. My next step will be to contact the Department of Child Services. All I want is what is best for Maggie. If there are any issues at home, we can work with you to help develop a stable environment. Thank you for taking the time, and I hope to hear from you soon. Regards, Jade Pearson, the principal from the Pleasant Falls High School. Phone 555-7565. Wow. Never good. A melody stuck in a loop with the show, sour shower thoughts. Skulls and bones. Skin the Cat, Switch, Andromeda, Love vs. Hate, Supernova Rocker, Purgatory, Manslaughter, Killer Clown, A Woman Scorned, and Death of Metal. VCR. Funny enough, this looks like the real VCR layout. Okay, so we'll stop it here for now. This is a good place to stop anyway. Let's see what this is. Kurt Sattler, white noise. White noise, static mix, feedback, hum. White noise. Single produced by Cosmic Reality Records, 1995. So this could be 1995 that we're looking at. Bimbo Park. I know I was having trouble in school myself. So yeah, this is a good place to stop at. The stage is my home, the band's my drug. Exit to the main menu. Yeah. So yeah, anyway. Let's see here. How many trophies did we get done? These pretzels are making me thirsty. That's one. That was when the person was trapped in the vending machine. Third floor butchery, where we found hell inside the elevator. Turn to your left, where we took a photo in the police lineup room. That was Sarah. Satanic gesture by the crucifix hanging in the tree. That was in the painting, where everything looked wet and glossy. Supernatural investigator, where we took 4 photos Capturing the ghost hiding. That was one. And then bright light, banished the ghost during the 1980s. So yeah, there's not that many trophies to get. Probably about like maybe 7 or 8. So yeah, there's, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 trophies. Wow. There's 6 trophies for Part 2 of Infliction, the extended cut. So yeah. Anyway, I'll be back. Here we go. So yeah. I appreciate every single one of y'all that has been watching / lurking on this part 2 of Infliction, the extended cut. And that includes, let's see here, Stevie and Ash the Wolf and anybody else who has been watching / lurking on this part 2 of Infliction, the extended cut. We have achieved 6 trophies for this second part. The third part will be next week. So yeah, part 3 actually might be the last part, making room for many more wicked cool games that I have in my library. So yeah. Anyway, if you liked what you saw of this part 2, don't forget to smash that like button. Also, if you're new here, like Ash the Wolf was, and anybody else, feel free to smash that subscribe button and become a new Phantom Rocker. Me and Stevie, we are strictly over here on YouTube. We have banished Twitch from our streams for now, because mostly over there are nothing but bots, and you really can't you really can't get anywhere with a bot controlling you. So yeah. And bots usually tease people with affiliates over there. So yeah. Anyway, until then, this has been Ghost from Ghost Host 22 over here on YouTube, signing out. And I am finally kicking the habit of saying my other name that was on Twitch. I finally have kicked the habit of saying that name down there, because I think when I came back to YouTube, I think I might have made the mistake and said that name down there. As to which, in fact, it's just Ghost Host 22 over here on YouTube. So yeah, anyway, for tomorrow, it might be either Alan Wake or something new. So yeah, anyway, until then, this has been Ghost from Ghost Host 22 over here on YouTube, signing out. And as always, new people / current / future Phantom Rockers, remember to always stay wicked, and don't forget your death certificate. Anyway, bye. I'll see y'all then. I'll see y'all Phantom Rockers in the next stream, whether it be Alan Wake, the next part that I'm carrying over from Twitch over here to YouTube. Either that or it'll be something new. Anyway, catch you all Phantom Rockers in the next stream, which will be later on today, Black Friday. As to which there's a sale that's going around on the PSN store, and I'm seriously considering getting something over there today. So yeah, I'll see you all later on Friday evening. Bye. See you all then. See you all Phantom Rockers in the next stream. Later. And those tapes down there, if you will direct your attention to down there on the floor, those actually look like real VHS tapes, don't they? I remember I was at Movie Gallery and they had VHS tapes, and they were just early coming out with DVDs, but for the most part it was well, no, actually, hold on here. No, it was DVDs. I can tell you where I had VHS tapes though, but it wasn't at Movie Gallery where I rented from. It was oh, I know where it was at. Value Video. couch potato video store, and I tell you what, it might have been, oh yeah, it was, it might have been called River City Video Store, where the VHS tapes was at, that we rented some movies from. It was, mainly it was horror movies that we rented, back then. That was where I, oh yeah, the Blue Lake, the River City Video Store was where I, rented, it might have been the Nightmare on Elm Street game. Actually, I think it was from there. It was from there, and then the next game for the oh yeah, this is for the NES. Yeah, it was for the NES. It was that, and oh yeah, it was also Beetlejuice too, but I'm not for sure if we rented that game from the River City Video Store from Cloverport. It might have been. Now that I think of it, I think we did do that back then. But when, oh yeah, the Couch Potato Video Store might have been where we rented, what was it? Oh yeah, it was the Addams Family Values for the SNES. Anyway, I'm diving back into favorite moments from my background. Anyway, I'll catch you all Phantom Rockers in the next stream. Bye.